Welcome to the Deltahead stream. I am James Howell. It is 10/10/2020, and this is going to be our first playthrough of The Evil Within 2, a personal favorite, one that I have liked so much that I, in fact, wrote a long critical essay about how it interacts with the first game as lore. Through the through Sebastian's trauma to indicate something about the relationship between player protagonist and player self. And so yeah, it's quite a good game, one that I love, and I'm very happy to be doing it this Halloween month. And something you may hear in the background is the sound of an utterly deprived, very small tortoiseshell cat. And I regret to inform you that she's only been given an hour of attention today and 2 bowls of food, meaning that she is definitely a candidate for humane rehoming. So yeah, if you hear her in the background, she might be given entrance at some point. But while we're getting started up, I've got chat here, and not a lot of reading done between the last stream and this one. Things have just been happening, but I did manage to complete this, did finish this up. Roll Dolls, over to you. And it's a 157-page book of short stories, but I gotta tell you, the amazing thing about it is you do yourself a disservice if you blow through it as quantity rather than sitting down to sort of immerse yourself in the quality of it. Because you know, these are stories that get to the heart of a very humane reaction to having served on the just side of World War II, and reflecting on all that was lost on that, and that reflecting that the entire war business is a mistake, though that war itself was the right thing to fight. And that's very much where Dull comes from. There's a lot of heart and humanity coming from his and other pilots' experiences, and it also firmly puts to rest the fairly unfair criticism lobbed at pilots in wartime, that they're sort of divorced from the action to such an extent that they have no emotional response, because this book is entirely a very deep and profound emotional response. So I highly recommend going through it at a good pace. And also, fun thing, I actually found my original copy of this, which I bought in 2002. And so between 2002 and 2020, you know, a lot of stuff happens over a person's life, and I think you do yourself a very fine service by reading books in your early 20s. You know, your brain is just finishing up all that late puberty forming up. You've got a few synapses that are still sort of locking in, and the brain's still in the process of forming up. And when you read something, you kind of create this little imprint, this sort of backup image, in a sense, of who you are at the time from your responses to it. And then when you come along and you read the same book or story or anything like that 10, 15 years later, you get to interact with that. You get to interact with that old self, those old assumptions, those old, you know, that old worldview. And that little stake in time is a great way to see who you are, how you've changed, and to see what parts of yourself you've left behind and what parts you've built on and grown. And I think that is a service you can do yourself, and I think should. So hooray for literacy and reading books. This one right here, 18 years apart, and it has been emotionally gratifying experience. Evening Arc, it's good to see you. And I think we're about ready to go. 4:36. Give me just 1 second here. I'm going to see if I can find a way of slaking the thirst of this one. Evening Dream Balm. Come on. Oh. There we go. So I'm going to see if she can exist in a space with anything. Um, and that'll determine her fate in this. Whoops. Oh, that's good. Come here, cutie. There we go. That's right. That's right. Oh, you just want so much love you fall down. Is that how it goes? But yeah, she likes to put wires between her teeth and pull them out of sockets, so that's kind of one of the deal breakers on her continued existence. Yeah, and actually that laugh right there is a really good opportunity to test. I've, in response to some of Space Hamlet's supportive criticism on the audio, I put a limiter on the volume output of the microphone so it doesn't quite blow out. And man, just, they want in, and they don't know what to do with themselves once they get in. However awkwardly you hold them, as long as you support their butts so their lungs have room to breathe, they're fine. So, Evil Within 2, personal favorite. If you go to deltaheadtranslation.com, you will find an essay titled A Memory of Fire that I wrote in 2018, about the relationship between player, character, and player in this game, and how the sequel acts, or rather the events of the first game, oh no, come on. Oh, this is where you lose your privileges. And how the events of the first game act as an unwelcome point of contact between the two, and the purging of the trauma from the first game on Sebastian's behalf sort of expresses a relationship between player and character that dramatizes a process of healing, a way of reenacting a traumatic event and cleansing the self from it in the process, in a way that, you know, only video games can really do safely. Yeah, so it's got a narrative that is deep and responds well to reflection and thought. Evening, Master Bismuth. And that's one of the reasons why I love it. So, that's fine. She can stay there. It's fine. Because it does genuinely break my heart to hear her tip, tip, tip tapping at the doorknob, because she does understand that that mechanism is... Are you about to throw up? You were totally going to throw up right now. Oh. Thank you. Oh, God. No, don't eat it. God. Let's see. It's good. It's good. Yeah, I know, right? In my absence, did she throw up again? I don't see anything, but you were witnesses if she did. Oh, great. It smells like cat food. I'm going to take it from the silence that no, there was no additional vomiting on the screen. Yeah, it's been only been 10 minutes and wild ride. So it's all looks fine. Come here. Come here. Come on. Yeah, come here. Yeah, hey, kiddo. So, thank you. Well, that was my cue, so I'm sure if she were throwing up, that would be it. Let me get this. Oh, and that, in fact, is why she is not allowed up there. Let's see if I get my signal back. An amazing array of technical difficulties right off the bat. All right, there. Got the screen. And, okay, yep, you're done. Come on. Oh, Cat took the evil within a little too seriously and expelled it. Although, unlike other things that go for evil, she actually went back to it and tried to recollect. All right. So, the adventures of Sebastian continue. I do like that we have this... I didn't think about this until now, but the start menu in The Evil Within 2 is similar to the start menu in The Evil Within 1 in that it is set in the environment that is sort of your safe area. So in The Evil Within 1, your safe area was that little sort of cluster of cells in Beacon Asylum, and that's, you know, that's where you start at the menus, and the same here in the replica of Sebastian's offices at Crimson PD. And there we go. That's interesting. It's similar to the first game. You can... Ooh, hello. Similar to the first game, you can control the camera and move it around, although not right at the start. I don't have 4K, so that is A-OK frame rate lock. What does that look like here? So this is my New Game Plus 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 ridiculous completion mode or save file. Let's turn that off, keep that off, keep that off, that's fine. That's all good. Unlocked. There we go. And unlike the last time I played this, I now have a PS4 Pro, so unlocking it might have a more noticeable effect. Oh yeah! Yeah, I'm digging that. That's very nice. I do wonder, there's that little tag up there that reminds us what era of gaming we are in, with the Bethesda.net logo with Get Bonus Content in the upper right-hand corner. And that little tag manages to fit pretty okay-ish in terms of the overall layout. I wonder if that's a universal overlay that they put on top of that, or if that's just something that they made it, they laid it out specifically for this one. That's interesting. Evening Mexican Sting. Oh, thank you. Oh. I did not even notice. Let's punch that up here. There we go. That's looking better. Thank you, Dreambalm. Yeah, Diet Coke. I let myself go rip-roaring wild after 7 p.m. All right. Man, that 60, that 30, that plus 30 FPS is nice. But let's do this. Let's maintain tension on this and go for new game. Yeah. This is something that I only noticed when I recorded this on the PC version and then went through and looked at it frame by frame as the camera sort of gets really close to this newspaper, which is going to set on fire thematically appropriately when I press start. The text that is there on the article is actually a summary of the events of the Evil Within 1. And it's written in an interesting way because it isn't written like a fake newspaper article. It reads like a scenario document that you might find in like a GDD in a video game. And kind of my big thesis on this game is that that the events of the first game are this sort of like unhealthy tether of connection between Sebastian the character and the player, and so they put that right there, not just as a summary of the events, but a summary of the events that call attention to that game itself as a literal object that exists both in our world physically and also in Sebastian's world as this sort of I don't know, adjacent phenomenon. And I think that's really interesting. It's also interesting looking at the adjusted frame rate, because so like now everything's very smooth and moving around, but the smoke appears to be still moving at 30 FPS, so that makes a little more sense visually, maybe with everything else locked in, and I wonder why that is. Let's see. I think we're gonna go Nightmare on this because I'd like it to be a little harder than Survival. And is there anything else of interest to take a look at before we hop in? I don't believe so. Yeah, that right there. Yeah, it opens up with Sebastian notices a knife sticking out of, and it's referring to that corpse that's there. And it starts right at the nightmare, right at the moment that Sebastian definitively enters STEM. Also, hi Mexican Sting. I think I said hello, but just in case I didn't, there's that again.
No, this is not happening.
See, there's our new Sebastian with a more rounded nose and a less I don't know, less granite features. I think they softened him up and humanized him a bit from the, I think, deliberately stoic masculine design that his face had in the first game. Okay, cool. Well, here, have a second one. Greetings are on the house. And yeah, I know that this game gets lumped in with the sort of, it's kind of cheekily known as the sad dad genre of third-person games. I think actually what makes that association fit more for me with The Last of Us than this one is the fact that it starts out by like losing a child in a home environment, which is, you know, how The Last of Us 1 starts. There's a kind of overlap there for me. But I mean, you know,
Oh God, Lily!
I really liked Silent Hill 1 premise, Harry Mason, all that, so the dad looking for kid story is okay by me.
Damn it!
Oh man. Having a meta narrative moment already. Sebastian throwing a chair at the low battery sign.
Stairs.
Evening feature. And yeah, it is some good fire. Looks very good at a distance, and up close, let's see, how's the smoke looking? I'm noticing the smoke is kind of still moving at a frame rate that looks similar to the way the cigarette smoke was moving in the title menu. So maybe that's just their smoke effect. Evening, Space Hamlet. Well, it's glad that you have other plans, and also wish to let you know that your feedback has borne fruit. Is that I have the microphone now capped at a decibel level that will not blow out speakers. So, thank you for that. So, yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's interesting. Sebastian's face, again, except for the nose, feels like it still has some of the angular qualities that the first game has in that picture. And Myra definitely looks very much like she does in the brief moment that you see her in the DLC. Man, that is that is practically a Nathan Drake Elena wedding photo right there. Let's see, what are we looking at in the background there? I mean, I see the car. I think that might be the front of their house, and those are balloons for the wedding celebration. I think that's it. And there's this nifty little horse. I think a lot of this stuff is replicated during the flashback sequences later when you walk around. Let's just kind of take a look around here. 8 places you must visit. I believe that a lot of these magazines are assets lifted from the first game as well. That they're reused. Which, I mean, you know, on the one hand, you know, if you're thinking like a producer, you're like, wow, we saved money for not having to remake this stuff. But also just the way the game works thematically, since it is referencing the first game as game, the fact that it's you know, casual background assets appear frequently can be interpreted as a function of Sebastian's memory. And that's cool that folds into that way. I'm guessing that is Lily. That's like a baby foot picture of Lily's. It's kind of seeing 9/10/2006. Happy birthday, Lily. Yep. Yeah. Oh, wow. Good luck, Space Hamlet. I hope you win all the dollars. Even the dollars of those passing by who did not know a game was going on, but whose money has been supernaturally lifted out of their wallets or bank accounts. And they, in appreciation for the great mystery, allow it to be. Let's see. Some kind of nice bric-a-brac there in the Castellanos household. There's Myra's. Oh wow, there's a Rubik's Cube. And one that is finished. Looking at the stickers, it appears to have some smudges on it, so that suggests that somebody did in fact solve that Rubik's Cube. Now we definitely know that we're in a dream. Although seriously, if you, at a later time, on another stream, do a search for Rubik's Cube as a category, you can find people like doing Rubik's Cubes and trying to beat records on it. It's fascinating to watch. Rubik's Cube. That's funny. I mean, given like the whole like BV, you know, I guess like adjacency? I don't know what the right word I'm looking for is. It's the fact that, you know, B and V in Japanese transliteration can be sort of like substituted. That might be a visual pun. Sonia Lautrick, the chapel. Yeah, these are also things from the first game. Oh man. Gotta imagine it is a very finely tuned, unconscious trauma part of the brain that specifies an oddly straightened banana as part of the dream environment. Let's see. Now this checks out. This makes me feel kinship with the Castellanoses. Oh man, Lone sad banana. Yeah, this is definitely Sebastian after he's been living alone for a while.
How did this happen? I'm coming, Lily. Just hold on.
This is also interesting because this painting shows up not exactly like this, but in the first game, it doesn't have the balloons, and sort of superimposed over the background instead of the sort of like leaf print looking skyline, it has the sort of arc of stabby brain spikes kind of going over the background. But they removed those and put the balloons in this one, so that's neat. The layers of self-loathing of dreaming of an event he wasn't even here for. I mean, actually, honestly, it's probably because he wasn't here for it that the self-loathing amplifies. So that actually makes a kind of sense. Take a look there. Yeah, the even the roof of the porch, seen through the window, looks quite good. And Lily's stroller. What have we got here? Oh yeah, hey, check that out. There's a newspaper with beacon on the front. And the brain vending machine logo, and some fella there on the side. It's not really facing me directly, so that's kind of hard to see, but yeah. It's right there. That's actually pretty cool. I would not mind having a print of that. It's kind of has a old Mother Hubbard lived in a shoe kind of aesthetic to it. And Castellano says, I'm just going to butcher that every time I pronounce it, really have a thing for balloons in their pictures.
I'm here, Lily. I'm here.
Yeah. I can only imagine that getting all this visually right has got to be just like a tremendous priority, because it's, you know, what people are going to be doing exactly like what I'm doing right here, which is look at every nook and bit. And there's stuff that I can appreciate more having beaten the game, but there's still just going to be that kind of that level of scrutiny for people's first time through. There's the final white shirt, that old chestnut, and looks like a picture of their house from the front. The car in the driveway. I wonder if that car was there in the opening intro. And this is interesting. Is there just trying to get a sense of how faithfully this environment is being reflected in the mirror here. And it does seem to capture the location of things in the room. There's the bed, there's the dresser, there's that closet. It's kind of neat. I cannot get closer. These are very calm landscapes. There's that Beacon newspaper again. No. Is that, oh, it's just telling me it's locked. These pictures again. More balloons again. What we got here? Life is butter. I want to say life is butter with you around, but I feel like those are not the right words. Well, I can read the first three anyway. Just your standard G-men bar. Yeah, first time I saw that, I knew Lily was going to do something non-welcoming, daughter-like when she approached me, but the fact that they went full in on the burning, charring faces really caught me off guard.
3 years. I've been trying to track you down for 3 years.
Taking their ship to harass Freeman, that's right.
Is that it?
And why are you here now, damn it?
You didn't find me because they didn't want you to. Calm down, Sebastian.
You knew what was gonna happen in that hospital, didn't you?
What happened at Beacon is in the past. You need to forget it.
You sound just like that psychologist the Force shoved down my throat. But he didn't have answers. You do. You're gonna tell me about Mobius.
Now, even though Kidman's face is different in this one than in the first one, it feels like less of a shift than Sebastian's.
I'm here because of this.
Where did you get this?
Lily's still alive.
Lily is dead! I read the police report! I was at her funeral!
We can rewrite history if we want to. Staging a death is child's play. Why would I come?
I never noticed that they
just to lie to you?
modeled the bullets in the gun too.
Lily is alive. And she's with us. But she's in danger. We need you to help save her.
Save her? What have you done to her? Get your hands off me!
I was hoping you'd come willingly, Sebastian. We don't have time for this bullshit. We need you. Lily needs you.
I hadn't noticed until this playthrough how much the wall decoration just really hammers home alcohol, whiskey, beer. There's not a single poster up there that's anything other than about drink.
Great.
Which makes sense for a bar, but with a game that's this attentive to character development, I think that it really is about emphasizing Sebastian's, you know, life
About what you say.
and its state.
You don't know how powerful they are.
Right. So powerful they have to kidnap a washed-up ex-cop to help them.
At least your terrible sense of humor is still intact.
Nice map of Union.
Enough of this bullshit. Where's Lily?
Patience. All your answers are right here.
The Beacon Mental Hospital incident was an unfortunate setback.
Even though it's not entirely clear because the narrative presentation in the first game was fairly nonlinear, this is exactly how the first game starts. Sebastian being wheeled down a hallway for being plugged straight into
What does this have
STEM.
to do with my daughter?
Imagine it. Millions of minds connected together.
Yeah, of course.
Happiness for one is happiness for all. This machine, this miracle, will allow our species to achieve greatness. We needed to start with a mind that was pure and clean enough to support thousands of personalities. The mind of an innocent child.
You connected Lily to that machine?
Your daughter is quite special. The most stable core candidate we've ever tested. Thanks to her, the new STEM has been a smashing success.
A little over a week ago, Lily vanished. Just stopped sending signals. Then the STEM environment began to collapse. We thought it was just a technical glitch.
One of the things that makes Sebastian in this game feel different from him in the first is he is much more emotionally reactive in these opening scenes than he is, I think, the entire game of the first one.
Think about this, Mr. Castellanos. I am providing you an opportunity. Not only to see your daughter again, to save her life. Something you thought you failed to do before. You can save her, or let her die. It's your choice.
That is true. In the first one, he doesn't have a lot of reason to care. I guess if he's focusing on saving his own life and finding the truth, that falls much more under the province of
And please,
professional manner.
cooperate with any team members you might find in there. I know you don't trust us, but they have the same goals as you do.
That's all right. I'm fine by myself.
Just remember to call me the moment you find Lily, so that we can begin the extraction process. I'll be out here for you.
And you're right, Dreambomb. Even in little moments like this, you can see the animation of the lips, like people sort of idly move theirs.
Will be in there for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Ready?
That was a good visual throwback to that G-Man's presence
Be careful in there,
in
Sebastian.
Kidman's DLC from the first game.
STEM entry in 3, 2, 1.
This is so good. This is such a great transition. That's so good. That is so good. Everything from the flow to that final composition with him and the light in the lower left. He's standing just outside of the light. And the title's presence. Let's see. Per request. Let's turn on some subtitles. And yes, Ark, I do think that Myra looks similar to the way her design looks the most similar to the design from the first one. Even though at the end of the Executioner's DLC, you can really only see like the lower half of her face. It still has a kind of a roundness, a round sort of shape language that's preserved in this one. And yeah, Dream Bomb, I was hooked too. I mean, I loved the first game. It was a favorite even despite a lot of its reception. The negative reception that it got, but this really just locked me in. Oh, I didn't even hear the main theme. I actually don't have a lot of music outside of Claire de Lune in my head that is recognizable from the first game.
Is this... Where am I?
Trent Haga. I wonder what else he's done.
Dad! me, I'll find out the truth on my own.
Actually, this has got to be a great source of Sebastian.
The hell is this place?
Detective, we've got a call.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got to be a great source of Sebastian's guilt that he was the one talking about moving on and accepting Lily's death, and Myra was unwilling to accept it, and then he lost both of them as a result of that. Oh, interesting. I'll go back to the I'll go back to a playthrough of the last chapter of the first game and listen to the music to see if I can hear that. They started working on this more or less as soon as the DLC was done. Wow. Actually, hold on. Yep. I'm going to write down the name of the screenwriter on this because I want to see what else he has done. It's Trent H-A-A-G-A. Because I'm not familiar with his name. Yeah, I basically told Johannes, if you did the DLCs, you might as well do the sequel. And he's right. Johannes killed it on this.
What the?
Yeah, there he is. Man of the hour.
Hello? Sebastian, are you there?
Kidman. What?
Snap out of it, Sebastian. You made it in safely. How are you feeling?
Terrible. Like the worst hangover ever.
Don't worry. It will pass once your mind has adjusted. You're in an area separate from the main system right now. That's how we're able to maintain communication with you. This construct is called your room. It's a safe zone that was formed from your own memories.
My memories, huh? If that's the case, then where are my wife and child? This place looks like my old office at Crimson City PD.
It was your subconscious that built it. You should ask yourself that question. Let's get down to business.
I'd be interested to see if any of the areas that Kidman goes through for the KCPD looks like this. Because I know there's a whole section where she goes through KCPD, and you actually get to see Sebastian's office. I think that the door and the layout are roughly the same, except in the DLC, there's an exit over there around where that bookcase is. Trent Haga is an actor, screenwriter, book writer who seems to focus on horror. Excellent. I am very interested in reading more of his stuff.
Lily drew this picture of me. It was burned up along with everything else in the house.
It's got his vest, police car, his butterfly. That is a suitably creepy black and white photo with everything sort of vertically smudged right there. It looks like KCPD definitely did not legalize pot. Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice. Zombomb. The Working Dead. Oh yeah, The Working Dead was just a great pun in the signage of the first game. I loved it. Though Heat is a new one. I don't think I've seen that before.
There are photos of a bunch of Mobius agents here. Your lost team, I see.
That's them. Let us know if you locate any of them. You're our only line of communication into STEM. They're stuck in Union and searching for Lily too.
Union?
The STEM environment was designed to look and feel like a small town called Union.
Great. So your experts need rescuing too, huh?
If anyone can do it, it's you.
Thanks for the vote of confidence, but I'm only here to
this game does something refreshing with survival horror that you see in some of the Silent Hills, but much less in the Resident Evils, where your main characters are in their late 30s and 40s rather than, you know, these sort of wonderkins in their 20s, like your Resident Evil 1 Redfields and Valentines. Oh, Haga is also credited for The Evil Within 1. I missed that during the credits.
Harrison, combat specialist. Hopefully he can take care of himself.
I really like that they give you little lines from Sebastian when looking at each one to show his reactions to them. Makes it feel living.
O'Neill. They must not have been expecting trouble if they sent in all these technicians.
Grasshopper is credited in The Evil Within 2? Huh. I wonder what they provided.
Sykes. The tech. But at least
Oh
he
man, I
has some
love
solid
Sykes.
training.
I was really hoping that this game would get DLC that would show his story, but Sykes unfortunately goes the way of Joseph in terms of not really knowing or being able to see or play what happens to him.
Hoffman. Psychology and surveillance. This one could be cagey.
Yeah, at this point, Sebastian has a less than favorable impression of psychologists because they've all, basically every psychologist he has gone to has been part of Mobius's overall strategy of gaslighting him into thinking that Beacon didn't happen.
Union, huh? Looks like Anytown, USA.
It was designed that way to keep the test subjects calm and relaxed.
Calm and relaxed. The exact opposite of Beacon.
What happened at Beacon was beyond our control.
It doesn't seem like you've got much control this time either.
Look, I don't know what you're going to encounter in there. If you need information, I'd suggest you try talking to some of the locals. You know, canvass the area. Just like you taught me back at KCPD.
You were never a real detective, Kidman.
And you're not a detective anymore. But let's try to do some detecting anyway, okay?
Oh man, Kidman's Kidman's tone is like, yep, this is the final word we're having on that. It's a good performance. I think I noticed this the first time I played through, but I'm appreciating it more now. How the sort of shade tree like logo for Union actually looks like a brain coming out of a landscape in the same way that Ruvik's brain did every time STEM would flicker and transform into it in the first game. Yeah, the game underperforming must have put in a wrench, and man, I know, I just wish there were infinite reserves for the games that I want to be made so that they could exist. Man, I gotta say, one of the things that is a little shocking about Union in that picture, not the one on the bottom, but the one that's on the right to the side of it, is you can kind of see in the background kind of a hill there. And just because Union exists in this nowhere space where all the landscape around it has been devastated, you don't really see that. So having anything beyond the horizon in these pictures is very strange.
My first commendation. Feels like another lifetime. I guess because it was.
Oh, I think I recognize these photos, if not in content, then at least in style. It's that place in the first game where you encounter the first invisible shambling creature. There's a room that's got just a bunch of photographs of Sebastian as though he were under like private eye surveillance, and everything has this sort of like vertical smear over the face and everything, and I think that's what that photo is reminiscent of. Maybe not the most accessible place to put a fire extinguisher, but at least he's got one. Oh, weird. That's like even within one model, Kidman on what looks like a perfume advertisement with a brain in place of the satchel that the perfume liquid is contained in. Excuse me, chair. Crimson City Police. Get a good close look at those magazines. Glad to see Sebastian's got good memories of an old CRT. And here we are about to come up on one of the most magical parts of this game, John Johannes' cat. This is, I believe, Kidman's representation in the game, her DLC's appearance.
Slide projector. Where did my memory dig this up? Elementary school?
This makes me wonder if Sebastian is supposed to be roughly my age, because I remember slide projectors from elementary school, and for some reason I always felt Sebastian were older than me, but I can't see. I guess that doesn't make sense.
Kidman, you there?
Always.
You wouldn't have told me about Lily if your damn machine didn't go on the fritz. I would have spent the rest of my life mourning her and you wouldn't have cared.
I cared, but I couldn't say anything. They would have killed me.
I'm not sure I believe you.
Why would I lie about that?
To manipulate me. To get me to perform like a good little soldier. You've lied to me before. Our whole friendship is built on a lie.
Okay, I get it. And I don't blame you for feeling that way.
You'll never know how I feel until you've lost your family.
I never had a family to lose. Just two people who brought me into this world and treated me like a burden instead of a daughter.
Better to have loved and lost. Is that what you're saying?
Maybe. At least you had people who cared about you.
Point taken.
Kidman just glossing over that whole "I was taken in by a cult" aspect of her timeline, which obviously would not negate what she's saying, but yeah, that's like when you know her backstory, that conversation has a different flavor to it. Pretty sure he's in his early 40s. Yeah, that makes sense. His and Myra's ages and kind of the way they've conducted their lives makes sense in this, because they're clearly career professionals who, you know, they became cops, they did their schooling and everything before they got married, because they're both, you know, either detectives or other police at the time of their wedding. And then they have Lily, so that's a reasonable time frame for all that. It's gross and it usually comes from dead enemies, but if you collect it, you can use it to obtain increased abilities.
Thanks, Kitty.
Cat animations in this are pretty good. Cats seem to be difficult for games to animate. Oh wait, I just wanted the coffee cup. I didn't want to do this. Yep. I think if you look at the slide machine enough times, the cat will just kind of hang out in front of it and block your view and just generally be a cat, and I think that's lovely. Can you pet the cat? I believe you can, but I believe that also happens around the time that the cat is interfering with their slides. Also, good evening, Hoppagoblin. You missed the actual cat moment early in the stream where Skylight threw up
A mirror.
right off the back of the chair.
Just like Beacon. Should be a way out.
There's August with a somewhat homely sedan. Well, it was a journey getting the stream off the ground. What with Cat unplugging things and then throwing up, but that's why I got her around. Oh yeah, cats just throw up. That's just a thing they do. Oh wow. I am not going to save over that because I got to chapter 3 on Akuma difficulty. Let's see, what are my other saves here? Yeah, this was back when I was wrapping up the Memory of Fire essay, and I was still playing through and getting my evidence and my screenshots. And that would be my first save file, which I always save one. I always save my first one. So... Yeah, something about the UI in this that is sort of bewildering is that the save slots are out of order, and I'm not entirely sure why. But let's save over this one. All right, here we go.
Here we go again. Into the looking glass.
It always interests me that Sebastian kind of takes some hesitant steps toward the mirror there, as if like physically going into it, when just like the way that he traveled into it in the previous game in my head involved him just sort of staring into the light, dissociating, and then appearing on the other side.
Oh no.
Lily, what's wrong?
My doll's head is broke.
It's okay. Mom can fix it for you. She can fix anything.
Absolutely dropping hints about the status of Sebastian's, well-being here with that doll. And it's interesting that the doll's design more reflects his Evil Within 1 costume rather than the standard costumes that he wears in the story in this one.
An amazingly smart, beautiful wife. Why wouldn't I be alright?
And yeah, I'll try letterbox mode.
Come here, Blair.
You've been working too hard. It's making you delirious. Are you sure you're not coming down with something?
Oh, this is so good.
Is this the right place?
This whole opening sequence, I mean, the intro had me locked in, but the way this hotel sequence and the entry to it goes floored me.
What the?
Yeah, that's some good moving fabric right there. Oh, weird. I've never taken a walk to the sides of this room before. I did not know this was here. Oh yeah, let's try letterbox mode. Toggle cinematic letterboxing, just like in the good old days. This change is aesthetic in nature and will not change the game's output resolution or aspect ratio. Now this is interesting. You know, the way the UI was made, or the HUD was made in the first game, everything fit neatly right above the border of the letterbox. And this one, it's sort of bleeds over and cuts right through the middle of it. Because this wasn't designed for that as a default. What? I thought I saw somebody in there, and then they disappeared. Huh. Weird. Just gonna take a look around here. I've never taken a look at this place from the side before. So that is definitely my door through. Dragon emoji. I have never seen that before and do not know what that means. Cloth physics in this are pretty good. Okay. Oh, he looks spooked. I see. It's just hard to tell with dragons, you know? Let's see if you come around this way. Oh, cool. I haven't run around to check this side before afterwards. Rip William Baker. It's a great trick. And it leans into one of my favorite parts of The Evil Within 1, which is entering into those impossible space areas where you are in a room with 4 walls that look identical, and then you look at one of them and you look back and it's just as long as it takes for the camera to slide from one way to the other, but a door appears and it's really trippy. Oh, this is where I came from.
What the hell?
This is very gruesome and innovative. I'm used to seeing derivative ideas in a lot of horror games for their gotcha moments, but I don't think I've seen anything like this, using both. I mean, you know, somebody's murder as a work of art, yeah, that's fine, but having them like stuck in time like this, I haven't seen elsewhere. So it might be derived from something else that I don't know about, but it's original to me. Yeah, it's almost like this. Like I keep thinking I should be able to take a picture or a snapshot, but I think that's not the point. The point is not that there is a particular moment in this that is to be captured. It is the framing, the aesthetic framing of the death. This entire process is the picture. No, the letterbox is something that you unlock when you, as a bonus when you beat the game. Yeah, yeah, what Dream Bomb said. Yeah, when you're in here, you can hear his death scream continue.
Team leader. One bullet. Straight through the head.
You can watch all the brain bits zip right back in. Want to take in a little more of the environment, so I'm going to pull the letterboxing off for now. Oh, man. All the paintings of the eyes are so good. I hate that it turns off. Especially because it's a record and the needle scratches, which means that something had to physically move it. No thank you.
Sadistic. Whoever did this must have enjoyed
Oh, well. Put my foot in my mouth. Turns out taking a picture of the thing was in fact the point. Good framing on that, though.
Someone tried to block the way out. Or in.
Turn over the photograph, really? Do I have a... See if I can pick that back up. Or is it, oh, it's... Do I have a menu where I can access that? I don't see that I do. Oh, if I'm remembering right, this is the lead-in to the actual area where you fight him, because that nameplate says Sebastian Castellanos, and that leads you to the final boss room. Huh, cool. I didn't know that was like right here up front. I'll have to keep that in mind, so that when we finally get to that boss fight, I can confirm. Yeah. Maybe this entire place is Stefano's safe room. Interesting.
Hello?
Stefano's laughter right there actually makes me think of Raiden's from Revengeance when he's getting into Jack the Ripper mode. Oh, wild. I've never noticed that there's raindrops, that there are raindrops falling on the table and chairs here. Manuela Roberto. I cannot get in there, but rip Manuela. That having a plaque in this hotel does not bode well for you. Let's see if I can increase the speed on that a little bit. Oh, I did. That was like a fast x-axis. Oh, Jesus.
Hey! Damn it! What's going on here?
Excuse me. Extravagant letter to application SV. Congratulations, Truth Seeker. Thank you for taking our spiritual acuity test. We're pleased to welcome you to the next level of knowledge. Please report to the nearest Mu Center with this letter to ascend from probationary applicant to the position of Mu Disciple. This letter guarantees you an exalted position at the next cleansing ceremony. Lies, all lies. SV. I don't remember Stefano's last name, but I'm guessing this is addressed to him from Evil Preacher Man, whose name I don't remember. And I'm appreciating now how much they pull from Scientology's gradual, like, tiers of initiation for the religion's structure. Grand. It is singularly spooky to me that you can see the neon and absolutely nothing else. Behind here, nope. Ooh. Oh, neat. It's it even kind of pinches and pulls the light fixture to the side. That's cool. Evening roundelay. I think Grand, yeah, Grand does appear elsewhere in the game, but I don't remember as well. It is a hotel. And no, yeah, this is the second game. This is the start of Evil Within 2. Oh god, this thing. Yeah. Not a fan of that. And very good Twin Peaks vibes coming from this. With the patterns on the floor a little more labyrinthine than I think the Red Rooms or the Black Lodges are in Twin Peaks, but still having the same effect. Evening, Iceman Dan. Yes. They're red rooming it up.
Shit.
Oh.
Who the hell was that?
Oh yeah, The Shining. That's true. Yeah, Twin Peaks is fantastic. Twin Peaks is a lifelong favorite. One thing that gameplay-wise that I really like that they do, I don't know which other games do this, but in terms of activating the cover system, they give you a little arrow to indicate exactly what surface you will attach yourself to if you press the cover button, and I dig that. I also like being able to peek over and see more. If you ever turn evil, you're going to get paintings of eyeballs and hang them everywhere. And, I mean, I gotta say, you're not going to be wrong. I see, this would be Stefano's quickly canceled effort at still life before he found a much more intriguing subject matter.
Just like the search team.
I wonder if the, I guess they never fully die. They're just always in a state of dying, because they always have to relive the moment of their death. The guy's face kind of looks a little bit like Sebastian's. He's gonna... No, actually, it doesn't look like Sebastian's at all. I'm a rotten liar. Looks like a table setting in an Elder Scrolls game. That's true, and one where I would pick up an apple thinking to examine it and then be chased out of town immediately as a thief. Even if I had intended to pick it up only to carry it over to the counter so I could buy it. Thus, my life of crime and my criminal rampage continues every time I play an Elder Scrolls game. Still prefer that to most modern art. I mean, for a safe room, I mean, this is like basically an entire installation piece. I really dig the multiple layers of paintings making up a single face. That's super cool.
Find a way out of here.
This is very good. Enter a dungeon sealed for 400 years. Fresh apple in chest. Well, you know what? The elves, they like to keep up. They like to keep things tidy and fresh. Now, there's absolutely no reason to think this based off anything in lore, but when I went through this the first time, I felt like these were a former project of Stefano's that people had been captured and not killed, but just very quickly converted into these paintings, and that this is what they became without truly dying. Kind of reminds me of, there's an old cartoon, Unico in the Land of Something. Basically the premise is there is this young man who wants to become a wizard, so he goes to learn from an evil wizard, and he has to go through town and turn everybody into these statues, neither living nor dead. And it is quite horrifying when you're a kid. And kind of disturbing now. But not that disturbing. As a Khajiit? I don't think I've ever played a Khajiit. Though I do have a mini Khajiit banging on the door, wanting to know why she cannot be allowed back inside to throw up yet again. I mean, once you turn furniture into ghosts, you gotta bind them up, keep them down. They just fly straight through the walls. They basically steal themselves. Ah, Jesus. Oh, we're back to Manuela Roberto. Oh yeah, well this one pokes the doorknob. She knows which mechanism gets me inside. I hear that buzzsaw revving. Photograph of another murder victim, a Moby uniform. Well lit and in focus. It looks like a gun was used to shoot him in the head. See anything back here? Nope. All right. No idea where that body was dragged off to, but I am actually fine not knowing right now. I'm assuming that was Manuela Roberto, or that she is kept elsewhere. Oh, that's cool. Ah! I heard it tut tut tut, and I thought it was a mechanism related to the pendulum, and then I was like, well, that's not exactly rhythmic like that, and there you are. Oh wait, I already came down here. Yeah, I don't know. Mannequin heads do a pretty good job of being freaky on their own. Alright, give me just 1 second. I'm going to take like a 1-minute break and leave you with Skylight to entertain you with her vaudeville specialty of throwing up. You're gonna do your thing. see. Yeah, the Evil Within one definitely had mannequin abuse. There was that whole, actually there was that whole warehouse where if you shot your gun, the entire place would explode. That was just packed with cages of disanimaled mannequins? Dismantled. That's the sound that I'm looking for coming out of my mouth. And yes, we do see severed heads all the time. I feel like I think we all appreciate the refreshment of a fake severed head in our fake worlds. What are your thoughts? Yeah, I know I often dodge questions I'm uncomfortable with too. Come on. So that's this is much much time as she can get without trying to get back there and pull out some wires. I mean, I agree, there's always far too little cat. Is this one gonna slam on me? No, although this is the dark copy of the floor where the woman pressed up against the glass asking for help. Okay, it's not letting me up there. Okay. No doing. Just kind of listening to the sound here. Yeah, they added a couple of other sounds to the ticking. There's a kind of a heavier bass, and another one that sounds further off, so it's more layered. Sounds almost like drums now. Ooh. No, thank you. I actually do not speak Japanese. I studied Japanese for some time, but it was self-study, not with a group, and so as a result, I retained some of that, but not enough to really be useful.
Christ.
The art of this piece is wonderful. Dream Bomb, are you Stefano? Oh, wow. I don't know if you can hear, I'm going to be quiet, but if you can turn it up, rhythmically, in rhythm with the sound of the ticking pendulum, you can hear a growl coming from this piece. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, this would be Rebirth. Which I believe this is like a predecessor to the monster that I'm about to fight. Made me think that for every monster that I encounter in here, there was some sort of art piece by Stefano that gave it sort of conceptual origin. This one has different music, I think. Ah, there's my elevator. Let's see. Chat kind of broke for me for a second. There we go. Good. In my sort of sensory imagination, every time Sebastian steps in there, it makes me think of that feeling you get when your foot falls asleep. Except, you know, over your whole body. And Sebastian breaking his vow never to get into another elevator again. Oh god, I think I know what's coming up and I hate it. Ugh. Oh, I don't remember the ones that are on these sort of pedestals. Yeah. Look at that lens there. Yeah. Oh wow, the ones that were on the edge and the pedestals are gone too. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, I love not knowing whether that photograph teleported him back here or if there was just a point where he just sort of started dissociating and then just woke back up. Oh boy.
What the hell?
Uh. Go, 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 go. Whew. I was, in fact, playing spooky games before it was cool. I play spooky games all the time. So one thing that is really cool about that sequence, first off, it's kind of like it's overlaying the experience that Sebastian is having in STEM now with the trauma that he had in the first game. So you've got this chase sequence, blade wielding, you know, maniac who you can't defend yourself from. In addition to that, something I didn't appreciate until this time through is when you're running away from something, unless you've got like some sort of mechanic where you can look back over your shoulder like they do in Outlast or in Silent Hill Shattered Memories, it's very hard to know how close on your heels the enemy is without stopping to look back, which of course puts you in a state of risk, and that breaks the tension and the flow and everything. So by having those boxes in the hallway, this is actually really smart. By having those boxes in the hallway to get destroyed, you can sort of just by ear assume how close the enemy is by how quickly they explode from the buzzsaw after you pass them. And that's really smart. I didn't appreciate that until this playthrough. Oh yes, it is much more appropriate now. This is Halloween is right up there side by side with Christmas in terms of favorite holidays. This is a great month for me. Oh wow, there's a camera there that I did not know. I did not notice that before. But it looks like Stefanos set up a camera to capture Sebastian's photograph the moment he burst through that door, possibly getting killed by the buzzsaw. Ah! Sebastian looking behind him when running is selling it even more. Yes. Yes, you're right. That's a good point, Dreambomb. Worm? I have not. I'm not familiar with what that is.
God damn it. What the hell is that thing?
Oh, I feel for this rat. Actually, you can actually see the rat bump up when the saw hits it.
I don't hear it. Oh, you gotta be kidding.
That's our god-awful Kool-Aid Man moment right there. Man, Stefano's grunt laugh is great.
All right. What the fuck is going on here?
This is yeah, that's Sebastian's wounded fatal collapse into a double door exit that teleports him magically to another realm. Shadow of a caped villain? I didn't see that.
And now where am I?
The origin of the medication in these portable syringes is unknown, but they provide moderate health restoration. Let's get stabbing. Says place has a very Dulvey, Louisiana Baker household feel to it. Roundelay, I'm curious, what is worm? The handwriting in this journal is precise and neat. The final entry reads as follows. Just got the call. Now I know the reason for all the weird shit that's been happening the last few days. Worst possible scenario. Don't have to pretend anymore. Things I've seen, they've all changed. It's too late to save them. It's time to put my training to practice. May God have mercy on their souls and mine. The idea of a sleeper agent in an idyllic white picket fence town, put there to murder all the residents just in case something goes wrong, is it's nice and dark. God, I want a CRT. That's those dimensions. Got some light gun games that need playing.
Where were you when I needed you?
Bravo to whoever directed this part of
This is the right place.
the character acting, but Sebastian's got good trigger discipline.
Lily, I hope you're here.
Lily's breath smelled like cotton candy. Myra never looked more beautiful.
What did I get myself into? Kidman,
Sebastian, where have you been? We lost you.
I don't know. But it sure as hell wasn't a quaint little town. There's something bad happening in here, Kidman. Baker is dead. There's a killer running around in here, doing things that are... It's like Beacon all over again. What the fuck did you just send me into?
I don't know. We're in the dark out here. Baker was the team leader. If he's dead, that doesn't bode well for the rest of them. Keep searching around. The more info you gather, the more I'll be able to help you.
Yeah. Sure.
A long web serial? Yeah, I'll look into it. Thank you for the recommendation. Yeah. I think I re-downloaded this game without downloading the pre-order DLC that gives you these sort of equipment boosts early on, which I prefer to play without. Oh, thank you for that link. This is a really good touch. All the flies being caught up inside and then swarming out. It's very good.
Poor son of a bitch. Left here to rot like this.
Is there anything I can loot? It appears not.
Don't worry, Sebastian. It's just a small, quiet town. Yeah. Too quiet. Hello? Hey! She had to have heard me. Better check it out.
That's got to be the bane of well-meaning cops in games like this. Always seeing somebody who is clearly infected and beyond help, and making the first assumption that they are somebody in need of assistance. Although, curiously, that impulse wanes as the game goes on, and they just assume that everybody is a threat.
I said eat!
Oh. Ah, see that nose break. Oh man, she went for the face on Sebastian too. Oh man. Force of the impact, flipping her around and then hitting her head on the end table and then collapsing. I forgot it was that dynamic. Thought it was just a headshot then collapse. Oh. There we go. That first headshot and the first few that I missed softened her up. Ah, Jesus! No! Dude! Fast! Fast, fast, fast! Oh, whoa! Thought I would at least have a Grace, a Grace 1 HP QTE salvation. Yeah, no, the gore in this one is a little more stylized, so it has more of a pus paint effect. And yeah, this is Nightmare as well, so early on going to have a few more deaths as I get used to the game. Aiming is a bit rough, that's true. Oh, gross. Yeah, this is a very Baker household Texas Chainsaw Massacre feel to it. Oh, that's nice. You can hear the tube firing up. Well. Oh, wow, I ducked it. A success that I feel is maybe a little unearned, but I'm going to keep it. Whew. Right away. Yeah, I've never actually done that before. I didn't know that you could do that. They thought of people like us using the gun to check the environment by adding FPS. Yes, I do too. I think that that's... Alright, yeah, the crafting in this is a little more involved. I actually have not played through entirely on first-person view mode. I think that came out around the time that... right after I'd finished writing Memory of Fire, and so had sort of reached my fill point of Evil Within 2. But that might be a good personal treat to give myself. Yeah, one thing technically that I remember from playing before. So it depends on your camera position, how long his attack takes. But there are a lot of things that you can hit at mid-height, like this. He's got a quick swipe, but he's got a wind up and a cooldown if you've got the camera aimed low, that you can actually live without. About the links to that stuff? Oh yeah. Yeah, there are a lot of things about the Twitch setup that I feel I should get cracking on, but haven't. Oh, wild. That's an interesting red, and I wonder what it's reflecting. Let's see. I don't know. The things I would link to would be the critical writing, and also the YouTube channel, and also my Twitter. That would be about it. We're glad you're here. Oh man, I've got to say this is an awfully long stretch of road for 20 miles an hour. Oh man, they're just like pulling his guts out like I fish around for a pair of socks in a clean laundry basket.
Mobius members. Some of them are still alive then. Damn. Those things are everywhere.
An influencer, I sure hope not. That seems like that's a lot more work that I'm interested in putting into anything. That's just not like a 9 to 5. Yeah, no, I've got, what is it, associate status? It's something I have been meaning to follow up on for a few months now, that this weekend might be the time to finally get around to doing it. If there is a month to celebrate what I do on this channel, Halloween month is it. Well, I've got to say, Kardashian replacement is, in fact, very high on my list of lifetime goals. So I'm flattered that you see me in that role. Yeah, man, you know what? They've got Twitter accounts devoted to can you pet the dog, but can you climb the van is just not high enough on people's priorities. Hmm. Hmm. A lot of bad times happening over here. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever noticed that little signal beacon before. Okay. Let's see if I can stealth kill this guy. No, I would just like to. I would like a comprehensive list of everything where I can climb the van because, please, please don't see me. Please. Oh no no no! The buttons are different. The buttons are different. I just personally need to know if there's a place I can go in a game to feel safe like this. Whew. Did I climb on a lot of vans IRL? I mean, I climbed on a few in my youth, but honestly, ever since I saw Michael J. Fox riding a van down the middle of Main Street in Teen Wolf to the blaring tones of surf rock, I mean, it's always been a goal. I think everybody has their, everyone has their Eddie and the Cruisers moment where you look at something in a movie and you kind of identify with it and you go like, yeah, I get it. And that's mine. You're right, no safer refuge than atop a van. It is actually illegal in most states for a van to throw you off. It's, throw you off it, and so you're basically completely safe. There we go. That turned out like I wanted it to. A very nice detail in this is when Sebastian is approaching an enemy that you are going to stealth, he actually will kind of like whip out his knife. It's such a smoother transition than the first game's stealth kills where it would just cut from interactive play to a fixed camera angle showing a canned animation of stabbing an enemy from, you know, whichever direction you're coming from, and this actually makes it much more fluidly part of the moment, and I really dig it. A personal gym that just has the cut-off end of the van in it. Yeah. Oh! No, back to the van! Yeah, that's right. Go back to your non-van lives. Yeah, one of my favorite workout routines is van thwarting. It's not a widely known literary fact, but Robert Burns' well-known line, "The well-laid plans of mice and men gang after gley," popularized by the title of the John Steinbeck novel, the same, was originally "The best laid plans of mice and vans." Men was later a retcon of that particular poetic line, after people felt that Burns's poetry was less accessible than it could be. It was a begrudging admission, and some would say an act of aesthetic cowardice, but, well, I'm not going to say I agree with them, but they're right. Glorp. Oh, hey. I have accounts to settle over here. Yeah, watch this. This is so good. Pulls it out. And something else that is much more stylistically sound in the sequel is how much they are canned animations, but they don't shift the camera perspectives. Oh, nope, that's not a band, buddy. We don't want to do that. It doesn't shift camera angles, so it feels like a much more organic part of the experience. A bit of a whoopsie on that.
Alright. Hopefully that'll hold.
You know, actually, this is nightmare mode. I might not want to do that. Oh, wow, cool. I don't think I've seen him adjust his shoulder joint in response to the kickback of the gun before. That's a nice detail. Onion. Or is it ooey wee wee? I guess it depends on whether or not you read that as an N or a U. Game's more about running away from big monsters that chase you. There is more of that in the first one. There is less of that here, although you do have your moments of survival horror powerlessness where you need to amp scray. So that's not wrong. Let's see. Let's go ahead and take care of that lingering knife wound that can only be healed through a needle injection in the upper arm. Demon onions. Yes. Makes me think of the Onionicon. The
Don't come any closer. Okay. Calm
fabled
down.
eldritch tone made entirely out of onion skin.
I'm not gonna hurt you. See?
I really like the facial animation and the facial acting in this. This is really good.
You can lower your gun. I'm on your side. You're not Mobius. You might not be one of those things, but that doesn't mean you're on my side. You're right. I don't work for Mobius, but I was sent here by them. Have you seen what those things out there? What they can do? Yeah, I have. Lucky for you, your partner was willing to sacrifice himself so you could escape.
This guy's character design makes me think of a
He was just a
emotionally
member of the
animated
security
William
detail.
Gibson.
Protecting me was his job, and my job is to solve a hardware issue. Dying inside here is above my pay grade. I'm not a soldier, just a technician. I know. Stop! or I'll
You see
shoot.
that? Again, like on the note of trigger discipline as like a characterizing thing, the fact that he has his finger on the trigger,
The soldier would have taken the safety.
and he's not firing it, it feels characterizing to me in these very small, subtle ways.
We're on the same side. Let's try this again. I'm Sebastian Castellanos.
I also really like the way the trust building is dramatized here.
us, but they sent
Oh yeah, he totally pulled the you haven't even taken the safety off, rookie,
for
after disarming him.
I'm trying to restore the core. Just like you were. Yeah. Good luck with that. I'm done. I'm just gonna hold out here until extraction. They can't extract you. Not until Lily's
Mil-spec LARPer.
Look, everyone is stuck in here until the core is located.
Yeah, I wonder if
Asking me to go out there with you, you can forget about it. This is a safe house, so I'm staying safe. Got me? But
I wonder how much faceware they did use for this stuff.
detected some signals nearby that resonated the core's frequency. We were trying to track them when we got attacked. Here, listen to this. It sounds like a little girl, right? Quiet. Was that her? The core? I think so. But I've been picking up all sorts of weird signals on my communicator since.
But Lily has such a Cheryl Mason feeling.
How do I do that? Your
Feels very classic video game survival
Once you're
horror.
out there, check it. You'll see. You'll probably pick up other signals while you're out there. It wouldn't hurt to follow them to find out what. No way. The core
And
first.
yeah, Bismuth, he has a much more,
Suit yourself.
I don't want to say competent,
Pair up our communicators. That way I can tell you if I find
character in this game, but he does use more action moves than Sebastian does in the first game, where he's mainly running away from a lot of things and seems a lot stiffer in some ways. And yeah, oh yeah, there was early in the game when you are walking around the Castellanos' burning home. You can see a wedding photo of Sebastian and Myra where they're both holding their guns, and it looks like something straight out of. It looks very much like one of the wedding photos you see in, I think, Uncharted 4. When you're flipping through their memories album, it's the resonances are strong, and I don't think you're wrong to make that connection. Oh yeah, the Uncharted games are the Uncharted games are good. They get a little wonky on the harder difficulties, but they're fun and charming, and they're fun AAA blockbuster experiences.
So you've been stuck in here a week already? Has it been that long? Damn. Time's a little fluid in here. This was supposed to be a simple in and out job. Like home in time for dinner simple. But this is different than anything I've ever seen before.
It was supposed to be virtuous mission, but it turned into Snake Eater.
Core goes AWOL, but what's happening is more than that. This place is falling apart at the seams. We used the stable field emitter, but it's not working like it's supposed to. What's the stable field emitter? Mobius sent you in here. Shouldn't you know this stuff already?
Yeah.
There were 5 members of your team. There was a security force already in here to help us. But yeah, there are 5 search team members. Wait, did you just say word? I found Baker. He's dead. Doesn't surprise me. He locked onto a powerful signal and went to investigate. I told him we should just request extraction and report our findings. Leave the dangerous work to somebody else. But he wouldn't.
Baker is dead. I've never put that together. That's really funny.
Line between brave and foolish. Yeah. There's a thin line between prudent and cowardly, too. Tomato, tomato. I'm not saying I'm glad he's dead. What kind of asshole do you think I am? I hope the others are okay. I'll let you know if I find anybody else. You'd really do that? Thanks. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, I think there are some moments where the characters kind of signal broadly their types, and as sophisticated as the game gets on its narrative level, I think that's fine. I think that there's a level of intelligibility that the action movie motifs grant it, makes it accessible to a wider audience, and I think that's fine. In particular, because I think Liam's character develops in an interesting way, and also the meta narrative is remarkable in this game.
It's more dangerous out there than I expected. Any idea where I can get some weapons and supplies? I tried to tell you about this one signal, but you didn't want to hear it. Well, I'm all ears now. I picked something up from 2 Mobius security team members who were talking about weapons caches. Maybe you can follow it and
The resentment is just so barely under surface level between the two of them.
Come on, man. I'm all alone in here. I could use some protection. Maybe if you hadn't let your last guard take the fall for you. Whatever.
Oh yeah, the sweat under the gun strap is a nice detail.
Follow it or don't follow it. I don't care. Those things are pretty tough. Takes a lot of ammo to get them off my back. Do you have anything stronger in here? Not in here, but you could probably find some out there. This place was designed to be peaceful, but Mobius and firepower go hand in hand. Do you know where I can find some of this firepower? It's pretty chaotic out there. You're not gonna find a pile of heavy-duty weapons altogether. But I did see something useful next to an abandoned APC just outside. I'll mark its location for you. But be careful. There are a lot of those things hanging around it.
Alright, it's our PC with no CD-ROM again. You see, something that makes this, something that makes the generic nature of crafting materials work in this game, fiction-wise, is it is kind of a video game, right? It's this sort of VR construct where the physical nature of things are sort of pliable on a certain level. So even though these parts could be for guns completely aside from anything in my inventory, there is a sense in which they can be considered, you know, flexible enough to do that. Oh yeah. Oh, I shouldn't have used my healing items. I could have used coffee. This is one of my favorite parts of this whole game. It was a brilliant decision to include it.
Takes the edge off.
And I have a YouTube video on my personal account that is one of my favorite things I've ever created, which is the easiest coffee refill trick, which consists of standing here next to it the full 25 minutes it takes for that blinking yellow light to cross from right to left and re-green itself. And I got at least one friend to watch it in its entirety thinking something remarkable would happen. And Brandon, you're welcome. All right. Excuse me. What, the coffee refill trick thing? No, it was just like, you know what, I wonder what the easiest way to get this thing to fill back up is. I guess if you wait for it. And it turned out it was true. Oh, man. I want the one that gives me a higher chance of crits. But I don't think I can unlock that yet. Oh wait, is that down here? Yes, yes, this is what I want. Ah, bones. 8 hours of Jin Sakai sleeping. Yeah, there's a joking element to that, but I also like to put those things up there so that if I'm working, I can just have that running in the background, because it kind of fills the same role that something I used to do when I would write papers is I would have the PlayStation 2 on and I would fire up Metal Gear Solid 2 and I would take Snake and put him inside a box on the deck of the tanker, and there Snake would be, hanging out inside his box on the deck of a tanker. And it made me feel like I had company in the same way that a sleeping cat does. And so having, 25 minutes of Sebastian hanging around waiting for coffee and 8 hours of Jin Sakai sleeping fills kind of the same role. And it's a good way to DIY your own psychological props.
What the? Who was that?
Well, I mean, it's 8 hours if you put it on repeat. Haha, cat scratching itself. I do like the notion that the cat entirely alone in the room is staring at some dumb thing on the wall that only it can see. It's very lifelike. Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima was a good time. I enjoyed that. And yeah, the video came about because I finished a mission, Jin Sakai was sleeping on his horse, and then I noticed that the time was actually passing. So I decided to see how long it would take for the full day-night cycle to go, and that was it. I think it's actually accelerated? I don't remember. I wonder if you can pet the cat now. Well, I don't think I can pet the cat now. I've got to do a progression thing, but... I don't remember this broken Claire de Lune playing as I approach the wheelchair. This is nice. Like, it's interesting because the Claire de Lune is sort of always implied in the first game to be playing on a record player. But this takes it, slows it down to like, it sounds, so it's slower, so I think it's like a slower RPM, but then it does the electronic music thing of like skip, 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 skip in a way that is not natural to a record player. So it clicks like a few different buttons in my head that makes it seem extra weird. Haha, 2K views. I'll have to check the analytics on that and see how long people got into it before they figured it out and stopped watching. Versus the ones who believed to their peril.
What the hell? Hey, let me out of here.
Detective Castellanos. What a pleasant surprise. Welcome back.
You again? How are you here?
I could ask you the same question.
I think it's implied that Tatiana is also the cat,
Even if that face has seen.
but I don't remember where that's implied.
You look tired, Detective. I can help you get back in shape. Just like before.
All right. Always want to get my endurance up first. But let's see what else there is. Yep. I'm going to invest in the likelihood that I'm going to be running away from a lot.
I don't understand. This place. It's just like Beacon. But this isn't Beacon. This is Union.
Is it? It all seems familiar to me. These walls, that chair, you. For me, it's as if nothing has changed at all.
Which makes me wonder if Tatiana was a person who had been entered into STEM originally and sort of exists as a, Killer 7-esque remnant psyche, or if she is just a creation
I know my office is relaxed.
as part of Sebastian's safe space. Oh, that's great. It turns back into a wheelchair. Definitely puts you in the mind of Silent Hill 1's nurse character. Yeah, I can get a Lisa Garland feel from her. That makes sense. Oh, I don't have a new one. Pet cat? No, cannot pet cat. Yet. Oh, cool, I can change costumes. But I'm going to go with the standard playthrough this time. Oh, well, actually, that's probably a good time to take a quick break. I'll be right back after I get a cable. And refill the water. Here. Before we continue much further into this, it's time for a little bit of halftime panda. Sage wisdom. Usually the most popular and socially, politically, emotionally relevant part of the stream. Yeah, he's a big boy. This is what everyone comes here for. How you doing, fella? Yeah, he sees old half pint walking in. And I imagine regards her with suspicion, because when I cleaned up her puke, it was his food. So... what's the number? Like, in terms of how much he weighs, I think he's like a good 17-pounder right here. He's definitely a fellow with some ambition. That's what he's got. Dude, it's fine. It's cool. It's cool. Oh yeah, yeah. This guy can take the best to the mat. His German suplex is purer than alpine water. Hey, you. No. See, this is how you get positive attention. No, and no. Hold on. Get your paw away from that now. Yep, don't do it. All right. Oh, God. That's puts us at, get this plugged in, put the controller back, and the stream will be back on track. Here we are. Eat the food of your roommate, then find it disagreeable enough to vomit back up. Well, and even that's not, you know, where the politics really end. Because depending on the cat, depending on the puke, the other cat will come along and eat it. Because that's how they roll. They're creatures who are willing to do what many would not, just to get those calories. All right, there we go. It is metal. That's what cats bring to the table. Oh, I can't. That's interesting. I can't produce my gun in a safe house, which is a nice touch. And let's see. Yeah, that's all that's in here. That is high up for a breaker box. Hope no one 5'5" lives here and has to fix a trip switch. You have dogs, so when they hear a cat vomit, they think it's snack time. That's true. That's true. I left a cat with my folks, and every time he pukes, 3 dogs come running.
Okay. Let's see if I can find the signal they mentioned.
I think this is a neat element to really emphasize how the gameplay is going to be open world from here on out, because up until now it's just been the bunch of linear back and forth sort of environmental whiplash that you had in the first game. But this really, this moment, this introduction of this mechanic as soon as you get out into the open world area lets you know that you have your choices. Don't even have to digest it by ourselves. That's right, it comes with its own digestive fluids.
Suck it up, James. We've been through worse than this. And we're better armed this time. Or at least we will be once we read the supplies.
Oh, there we go.
Suck it up, James. We've been through worse than this. And we're better armed this time. Or at least we will be once we raid the supplies. Come on.
That must be the signal O'Neill mentioned.
Is the open world for most of the game? The open world is for enough of the game. It's...
Looks pretty far away.
Okay, that's Lily. Yeah, it's for much of the game, but it does sort of bottleneck at a certain point. It becomes streamlined again as you get toward the end, because the narrative isn't open-ended, and once the gameplay and narrative start to really combine, that determines how the design goes. And as far as free will goes, I do, in fact. It has constraints placed around it, but I think that we do have a reasonable amount of choice to give it a name.
What the hell? If it keeps breaking apart like this, there won't be any union to search. I gotta try to.
What are your thoughts, Mexican Sting? Oh man, this church actually has one of my favorite moments in it. So I'm gonna see if I can do this. Because if I can't, I'm gonna reset this because I want this response. I didn't know about this until easily like 6 months after I stopped playing it. So we got this rigmarole here.
Hello? Are you okay?
Yes, yes, guilt, moral dissonance. Oh yeah, I think, isn't this Anima stealing his soul? We just can't see it? At least I remember that looking enough that looks enough like what happens to Sebastian when he gets caught by Anima, that I think that that's sort of what's implied, that she's moving around and doing that stuff. Yeah, right there. Yeah, it's just like if you choose not to engage whatsoever and you just run away, the fact that Sebastian just says "fuck that" and just and reflects your choice, that's so good. That's so good. Don't believe in it. Humans are the product of genetics and surrounding, all factors out of our control. Neuroscientific evidence to back it up. Mostly an illusion, but what are you going to do? Might as well act like you have free will anyway. I mean, yeah, and the lack of certainty about what the exact nature of the perception of choice is, whether you are in fact perceiving something that exists independent of that perception, or if the perception itself is all that it is. What choice you have, I mean, that's kind of where a choice does come down to, right? Whether you decide to go with the illusion or not. Just different layers of the same question in some ways. But yeah, no, it definitely gets into a kind of a Russian stacking doll scenario. Oh wow, the party went back in the house. They all just kind of clobbered on the door and went in. That was great. Oh no. But Yeah, no, at a certain point, and this factors into how I conduct myself with writing and art, is you kind of, at a certain point, you kind of stop trying to make willful decisions and just start following the voices. Or, as Kurt Vonnegut described his transition from a writer into a lecturer as a man who had formerly received messages from outer space, then one day the messages suddenly stopped, and as a consequence, he went on the lecture circuit. And I think that level of unconscious or acceptance of the unconscious, and then later conscious reworking of it into something that has a form that is intelligible and desirable, that is a way of sort of trying to marry free will with the unconscious, but the creative source ultimately is something that is unwilled. And where it comes from, you know, obviously environment, and I do think genetics, though I'm much less learned on that, would not consider myself an authority to speak on it. But all those sources do certainly factor into what gradually, with enough practice, becomes an automatic process of translating feeling and perception. No, get the gunpowder. Feeling and perception into action. I think he heard me, but I'm getting on top of this van. Yeah. No, get on the van. What? In retrospect, I could have stabbed him. Anyway, you sort of reach this point where you enter into a flow state, and whether that is a level of free choice that you've just got on the back burner and you're trusting to do what it needs to do, or if it is in fact all of your programming coming out in a smooth, streamlined manner, I don't know, but it feels good. So you kind of do it. It's interesting. The disappearance of the music implies that he did lose track of me, but he is still running. Huh. Thanks, Van. Fan. So, yeah, thank you for asking. That's always a good question to return to and revisit. At the end of the day, I don't really ever have any good answers, but I think that's, or any good conclusions, I should say. But I think that's a good place to live. All right. Grade A trash. I think a lot of it also depends on what you are, what you want to use your consciousness for, because you know I think different people and different aptitudes wish to use their minds and their thinking patterns for different ends, different ambitions, and it all factors into kind of what talents and interests you have. Mine are primarily related to aesthetic creation and criticism. So that's what all of it tends towards, so I favor intuition. Somebody else who is a more analytic, rational thinker, who focuses on logic and the like, would have different answers, I think in part because they have different needs and different capacities. So all of my thinking of it is absolutely constrained about what kind of thinking I prefer to do and what sort of thinking I encourage in myself. Well, that's I am not by nature a good multitasker. My sister routinely makes fun of me when I have to turn down the radio or turn it off when I'm at a particularly tricky intersection. So that's something I have learned over several months of streaming. Oh man, that is trippy. There's somebody up. Oh, there is in fact somebody up here. But I think I eventually go to that location. I think that's the town hall, if I'm remembering right. Yeah, I think I believe the term for having a balance between rational and intuitive is catalytic thinking. Is this? Yeah, there we go. Catalytic thinking means being able to do both simultaneously and synthesize the two. Certainly, I think I do have what I would consider rational analytic capabilities, but they are guided by methods different from those who I know are much more actively analytic thinkers, people who have a greater capacity for mathematical structures and formal logic and the like. And Iceman Dan, honestly, I feel like I should have gotten on top of the van in the first place anyway, just out of respect for the van.
Barrel's toast. The rest of it looks okay. Need to find some parts to fix it.
And that is an example of Sebastian not being able to multitask because his monologue ends the second he has to pick something up. Yeah, I agree. I think that appeals to me about design as well. Let's see. Field crafting, I don't remember that. Just kind of want to give him a push and help him over the edge. He got so close. I feel like I should be saving my bullets more than I am. Hello? Socrates was definitely a van guy. Oh, absolutely. I mean, in fact, it was such that after he drank that hemlock, you could not find a van in all of Greece that did not have a Socrates sticker on the back of it. Some say it was branding, but everyone knows he had a passion for the truth. And also vans. Leda's bread flour. Speaking of Greek, I guess because flour can be white as a swan? Oh, hello. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around! My God, I said please. Evening Jacket, it's good to see you. Having a good time. Running away. A lot of running away. Though maybe less running away than I should be. Right now we've just gotten into the open world section of Evil Within 2, and I am poking at some edges and about to look for my agony crossbow. Okay. All right. We got a patrol pattern. Open world does not flatter you. Classic Castellanos double poke. Looks like axes are exclusively melee items in this one, and I can no longer use them as throwing weapons. Yeah, we were talking about Ghost of Tsushima a little earlier, and I think that that is the only game that I can think of that has an amount of struggle in a stealth kill like that. And in this case, it's a canned animation that shows up sometimes. And that one is actually part of the story because he's like not that good at it yet. And it just takes a excruciatingly long time to kill a dude. Yeah, now the earlier stealth kill animations were impressive because it really does it really shows how much this is not how he is trained to fight. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Please don't turn around. Yeah. Since playing Ghost of Tsushima, I jumped into a lot of
Seemed like he was looking at something I couldn't see. Whatever it was, changed him quickly.
yes, that's anima. Watched a lot of samurai movies. Jideki, I think, is the name. But anyway, a lot of samurai movies, and have since learned more about samurai than I did previously. And the blade that he uses to stealth kill with is the tanto, which I later learned is the small blade that a samurai keeps on hand as a expression of his willingness to commit suicide for his lord at any time. So since learning that, it made the stealth kills and how awkward and awful that was seem more meaningful, because he's using the instrument that is supposed to be his pledge to a samurai code of honor specifically to kill in a way that is contrary to that code. So it's actually a symbolically meaningful tool, and didn't know that, and that's cool to find out. Yeah, Iceman Dan, I did appreciate that the dagger. It's really interesting because it sort of implies that the problem isn't the tool itself. Like it's really dull and just can't do the job right. Which I guess if you're keeping that around specifically to kill yourself, then maybe you would leave it as not as maintained as your regular katana. But yeah, the better you upgrade your dagger, the faster those go. Jack, Ghost of Tsushima, I platinumed it. I platinumed it, so obviously I put in a lot of time into it and can vouch for it on those grounds. The combat is not what I wished it would be. That said, at the end of the game, I was enjoying it. It feels like it wants to be a brawler, but yeah, come on over. Come on. Yes. No, 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 no! Oh, no, no, no! Get on! Yeah, no, no! Safe house! Safe house! Oh my god! Go, go, go! Oh, thank god! Here. Okay. So, anyway, yes, the combat isn't what I had hoped it would be. It feels like it wants to be a brawler, but it really only comes into its own when you get a lot of upgrades. And I always like a brawler to be able to work with the barest possible mechanics. And so that was frustrating to me, but at the end I could appreciate that it was trying to do something other than what I wanted it to do, which isn't the fairest way to gauge something. So there's that. The haiku mechanic, I thought was interesting, and I did like it. I do wish the haiku had been written a little differently, mainly because the haiku focuses more on very specific concrete images in juxtaposition that creates a compelling or emotionally resonant sort of sensation. And I felt the haiku lines in Ghost of Tsushima were a little more abstract than I would have expected. Outside of that, I felt like the notion of being able to sit down and contemplate is actually a very nice thing to include in a game, and that's actually a perfect place to do it. Way of the Samurai games I have yet to catch up on, but yes, Mexican Sting recommended that, and that seems like a good vouching for their quality. And yes, Assassin's Creed is a good frame of reference for Ghost of Tsushima's gameplay. Combat can become repetitive, but it's more fun to incorporate different ghost weapons. I agree. This is where, again, kind of putting my feedback on the combat into context. I actually really liked the samurai approach of I'm so used to so many games having a stealth component that I really liked the notion of like, oh well, the way that you are a samurai is you go through the front door and you challenge everybody to a fight and you either win or die, and I like that. That's compelling to me, and so I tried to force the game on that front to see exactly how far it could go, and it turns out there is a point where you do need to use the ghost weapons, and it does become a lot more fun the more you can mix that up. So that's valuable to encourage. Samurai Western. One hit kill mode. No, I don't believe I played that. Was that a later edition, or is that part of the base game? Like Horizon Zero Dawn, but also Assassin's Creed. I actually haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm curious to know what. No, this isn't desired. See, this is the thing. Vans know that if you love something, let it go, and if it's meant to be, it'll come back to you. Trucks just, they've got beds and they carry materials and they're meant to hold on to things, and that's just not the kind of relationship I need with my climbable vehicle. Anyway, I got distracted talking about trucks. I haven't played Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm not familiar with the point of comparison. Yeah, multiplayer mode is coming, and that I'm actually really excited to try out. I'm interested to see what that looks and feels like. Oh, hey, the fellow that was standing guard here has since gone back to his fancy feast. I tried playing in Kurosawa mode, but did not make it very far. The black and white graphics. The main TV that I have for playing games on is not as current as I think would be best for that mode. Yeah, one of the sort of meta narrative nods that this game has to its relationship to the first game is right here. You're seeing Supermarket Crimson's. There's really no hint that Sebastian is even still in Crimson City. Outside of Union, and it seems like there's no real narrative reason, I think, for this to be named Crimson's. So it's just sort of connecting the experience of this entry into STEM with that one. The same, Iceman Dan. That game inspired me to binge on a lot of Kurosawa. And I've actually got Hidden Fortress in my PS4 right now that I'm going to indulge myself with later tonight after we're done with the stream. Hobgoblin, I did the same thing. I think if the subtitles had been a little bit larger, I would have been able to finish in Kurosawa mode with the Japanese language. I was really pleased to see they had Akio Atsuka. That's how you pronounce his name. Yeah, the basically Solid Snake as Jin's uncle. Shishui. Oh, they patched in bigger subtitles. Fantastic. Let down by Hidden Fortress. Yeah, Hidden Fortress is fun so far. I like the. I mean, it's got the sort of comedy of errors thing going on, and I dig that. The coincidental meeting of old friends in unlikely circumstances, and they're comic characters. I'm also really pleased to see that there is a major role for I forget the guy's name, but he's one of the actors who. Oh, this seems awkward. Man, please don't read too much into that. No. No, I was gonna hit you with an axe. No, we're that way either. All right. Okay. I need to hit it there. So, I haven't played a whole lot of Metal Gear in Japanese either, but I'm familiar enough with his performances in having watched it played in Japanese that it makes sense, and it feels like the right weight for the character. And yeah, if you watch the early color films coming out of the 60s and 70s from the Jideki period dramas, it makes a lot of sense in color, and you get to see the vibrancy of the palettes that they have in mind for those settings. And so yeah, the black and white mode. I mean, it is classic by just definition of the fact of when it came along, but the color works as well. No, I was gonna hit you first. I don't think I have accomplished very much in the interim, so I don't think I have much to backtrack on. That should be fine. Recently played MGS3 in Japanese. Mexican Sting, do you speak Japanese? You mentioned it a couple of times, so I'm curious. Oh, hey, cool. Oh, hello. It doesn't send me back to my save point like the first game does. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Ah, Sebastian, stand up, man. You gotta help me out. Haha. Oh wow, that doesn't one-hit kill them. I'm learning so much today. Oh, man. That's what I'm going for. Took a few semesters. Well, I think that taking it in class would be a better way for me to learn it. Self-study is fine, but for something that has like a social component like that. Hello? Oh, I thought that was a piece of sheet music that was in his lap, not the horn. Anything that's social, like a language like that, I have a hard time doing self-study wise. Yeah, no, same. That's actually a really good way of familiarizing yourself with something in terms of a new language, because if you know the source material really well, then you know what to expect, and you can sort of, even if it's not a literal translation, which most localizations shouldn't be, I don't think, you still have a sense of what the context is supposed to be and what things mean, or what things can mean. Oh yeah, Duolingo is a pretty good resource. You just have to not get too addicted to the motivational tools that they have, because once you get out of the achievement mindset, you have to have something a little stronger to keep in there. For me, anyway. Yeah, kneecapping is not as effective. You also don't have matches to insta-char them. I'm sorry about your trip. That sucks. Yeah, no, the translation work, I worked with people who are fluent in the language, and I was a translation editor, and also sort of point of contact for that translation company. So my English skills were put to use because I can communicate with people who do know the language and use my, English skills to create something compelling. But see, now I feel like we're part of a team, me and these two ghosts. But as far as the translation itself, that was something I partnered with somebody for. Yeah, come on over. Thank you. I don't know why the axe that I hit the person with on the other side wasn't a one-hit kill. It just kind of grazed their shoulder. Yeah, first drafting can be very tough. For me, it feels like breaking my fingers when I'm trying to write a first draft, but editing is much smoother. Man, I really, okay. I really blew all my ammo there. Something about Evil Within 2 that fits the mold for a lot of survival horror games is that the early stages are much more challenging because you are weaker. And I enjoy this sort of like pinned down in a corner, trying to figure out how to smart your way through a situation where the odds are sort of overwhelming, and even kind of chip away at the enemies. That feels pretty good. And later on, it becomes more combat focused because you are strong enough and can be expected to, meet those challenges. Jesus. Fling away like a rag doll. Editing feels like design. Yeah, I can see that. Deciphering meaning and intent. Let's see. So I thought I could get him to drop his thing, but I think I must be thinking of Resident Evil 4. There's a game where you're in a situation like this, and you can shoot a guy who's got a Molotov, and it just blows up. And clearly, that's not the case here. But this is fine. And do you know why? Because this van has my back. Sebastian, get down, buddy. Oh, this feels risky. All right. Oh, okay. I wasn't misremembering entirely. Van emote. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I think I want to do the van, and I want to do the giant pill jar from Silent Hill Origins, which was my mainstay. All right, let's see what these friendly ghosts have to say.
There's too many of them. Suck it up, James. We've been through worse than this.
No communication from Mobius. We're cut off. I'm calling it
Yes, like shooting a red barrel and it doesn't explode. I agree.
Alpha 1. Are you serious? What about the tech team? Fuck them. Let them fend for themselves. This ain't the Marines anymore. No man left behind don't mean shit in here. You got a problem with that? You kidding me? I've been waiting to be let off the chain. I'm tired of protecting techs and running like a bitch. Good. Let's secure the weapon stashes. Load up and clean house. No matter what it looks like, monster or human, take it out with extreme prejudice.
What the hell was that? Whatever it was, it looks like they were here. Where did they go?
I think the way that they do those
More signals.
full body dramatic moments, it's interesting because it looks like the full body ghost cinematic moments in the first game look like they were clearly motion captured because they've got a lot of gesture and a lot of refined animation. And I mean, they cut back on this clearly to where they're just sort of like static character models, but they put that particle effect on there to blow and to keep it visually interesting, even though they are just sort of talking mannequins. Well, I mean, they're friendly to me because they're gone. That's the definition of friendly, right? I have a lot of weapon parts. I wonder if I could finally upgrade some things. Hello? Oh, that's just 3 handgun bullets. M&N Realty. Man, that sounds like that's a way to feel pretty burned. If there is a realtor in here, that means it must be possible to be in Union without a home. So you could get your consciousness transferred in here and then find out that you need to buy property. Rough deal. All right, the street is pretty well cleared out. Let's go take a look and see what we can build. I think I'm going to go for a little longer tonight than I usually do. So we're going to see if we can make some headway through Union. And I wonder if I can increase my max life to get a little bit of that stuff back. By stuff, I mean health. Oh man. This, I remember, is pretty dang important. Man, at the same time, this has the most ammo that you encounter, so I think this is the wisest thing to upgrade first. Hello? Ah, Jesus H. That nurse has been like waiting in this nowhere space for years just to do that.
Go on. Open one. Its contents are better off in your hands than locked away in here.
Do I have any more keys? I do not. Oh wait, I wanted to... Well, I imagine that is what she is thinking as well.
Detective Castellanos. Good to see you again.
Okay. Yeah. That's gonna help me out a bit. 3,000, 5,000, 4,000, no. The costs on these abilities seem to build in such a way to discourage min-maxing, like I did in the first game. Oh yeah, this is actually a really good thing to get. So, okay. I really dig the chemical diagram style of the visualization there. I think that's neat.
How am I ever going to get these nails right if you keep interrupting my manicure?
One thing that I do want to pay attention to, yes, it filled my health gauge. Something I do want to pay attention to when the shooting gallery opens up. I'm pretty sure that the last level in the shooting gallery is designed after one of the horde battle moments at the end of the Evil Within 1, and I want to cross-reference that. Let's see. I think it's interesting that they lock the frame rate at 30, which makes sense since 30 seems to be the one that it can most reliably hit. But it's not like I feel any kind of objection or betrayal when when the demands are lighter and it can hit 60. I think that's fine. I wonder why they lock it like that. Oh, I think we're about to enter into a thanks, I hate it area. Okay. Oh, great, it's cold. That probably means anima. Okay. I was like waiting for that body to get dragged away. Evening, Poogly. It's been a while. It's good to see you. Yeah, I agree. This is one of the best sequels. This is one of my favorite games. Alright. Got that fuse. Means I can make an electric bolts, but it looks like I cannot make them in the field anymore like I could the first time through. Okay, craft ammo in this version. Now I remember. Okay. Nifty. Okay. 3 gunpowder per bullet. Wow. Oh wait, I can do that. That's more effective. And clearly how it's made to be used. Weird, I could have sworn that anima trapped me in there. But that's actually a good thing. If I'm going to get the most out of this open world union, I should let her out of the box sooner rather than later. Her random appearances are the source of a lot of good moments early in the game. Hello? Just putting one on the corpse pile. Ah, damn it. No, faster! She doesn't have random appearances outside of this map. Yes, that's correct. At least I have never encountered any of them. After that, it's specific encounters. Aw, he's not good at multitasking either. I distracted him, and now he forgot where he left his torso. Brother, it happens to the best of us. Though, where are you going? He seems to have a specific destination in mind. Which I will find out where is from on top of the van. tracking these guys is interesting because there is one particular enemy later in the game. It is a Mobius military member who he will run from one side of the map all the way over to Liam's hideout, where he will bang on the doors and be unable to get in. But that's his priority. Oh. I guess this is part of the same project for him. Yeah, I think you're right, Iceman Dan. He's looking for that, looking for another torso. Man, the crouching stealth kills are so much faster than the standing ones. I mean, you have to, I think you have to crouch to initiate any stealth kill, but when the animations force him to stand up, those take so many more steps than a simple crouching stab and toss to the side. Oh yeah, totally. Open world games need stealth quests. Anima's interesting because I don't know whether it is better to turn that into a stealth quest or to just run like hell. I always ran like hell myself.
Those things are piling corpses up here. But why?
I think, if I'm remembering right, it's been a while, but they're piling the corpses up here because these are where the buzzsaw wielding amalgam creatures spawn from. You find that in the second open world area, and so it's interesting that yeah, I always thought that was one of Stefano's sort of exclusive monsters, but they appear to be involved in that as well. Oh yeah, the rats in Union are tremendous. I see those glowing eyes and I have suspicions. And I was right. I probably could have left well enough alone on that, but hooray, 300 gel. Oh boy, here we go. .322 Cedar Avenue. Ah, Jesus. Let's see.
Get down there, right?
You know how to use the computer to get down there, right? What? You're not going with me? No time. I'm heading to the auto body shop to get some supplies. Meet me at the visitor center when you're done. The visitor center? Why? I told the survivors I found earlier to go there and hide out. I need to take care of them now, while they're still scared citizens. Easier to kill them before they turn into those things, instead of after. Good thinking.
I think they're friendlier as ghosts than they were as humans. Okay, this is not Anima's area, but also is a good area to go to. Okay. Cannot even imagine what this machine would be used for. In fact, given the parts that I'm looking at, this just looks like a giant Play-Doh squishy machine. Manages to take 3 containers of Play-Doh concentrate, add a bunch of water and other non-toxic edible ingredients, and then fill up an entire tank, which can then be used to decorate as many zombies as you need to with white goo. That's what I choose to believe,
This computer's still.
and I will not be swayed otherwise.
What the?
This is a good loading area. I like this. Although it is much shorter on a PS4 Pro. Wow. Almost such that it compromises the experience. I have good memories of running through that nowhere space. Oh yeah, this is cool. These marrow segments are very imaginative and neat. I mean, they're standard industrial areas, so by imaginative I mean that they fill out the, I guess, the sort of very abstract landscape that is breaking apart, and they have a very good structuring effect to the environments. Like if you've ever worked backstage at a theater, you know, all the unattractive functional stuff is shuttled, sort of shuttled off stage, and this is the backstage, and that's cool. Oh yeah, I hate this. Oh no, I should have kept an axe. Oh, this is bad times. Oh god, I hate these things so much. What? This is rough when their patrol gets interrupted and you have no idea if they're going to return to it or if they're just going to be checking the area of disturbance endlessly. Evening Jacket, thanks for coming by. It's always great to see you out, and if you want to stop by for more Halloween streaming, gonna do Fatal Frame 2 Part 2 on Tuesday. Okay. Ah, great. Now we're back to patrol. Come on, come on, come on. I can get this one hit. What? Jesus. Oh man, that was close. Awesome, hope to see you there. It's always good to see you in chat. Oh man, yeah, 1200, you know when you get a payout like that, you have beaten a significant new enemy. Oh, wild. The knife fell down there. That was a pretty cool moment when it lost its, well, I mean, when it died, and its weapon went flying out of its hand. I didn't know it could do that. I thought it was attached to the character. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 1 minute. All right. Sounds like a bad time in there. Let's see, anything else? Nope, that's it. Looking at here. She's got some glowy eyes, which makes me think that she is going to come back sometime. Hopefully, not now. Excellent. Oh, I'm totally not wasting a shock bolt on that. The puzzles in this game are good for what they're trying to do. I'm not here for a major puzzle challenge. They are there enough to give a break in rhythm and kind of focus, and they're doing pretty much what I want them to do. So I like that. Topical pain meds this guy is going to need for his lower back. Honestly, that is exactly what I feel every time I play the Evil Within 1, because not necessarily because of the crouching, but because of how many times Sebastian like falls on his back and lands on a heavy object with his weapon attached. It's kind of brutal to feel sympathy pains for. All right. So this is going to go there. This is going to go there. There. Now we have my dream team. Yeah. Let's see if I can stealth her. Looks like she stops at that at the drink cart. And just continues to menace. There we go. Come on, keep menacing that thing. We can do this. Yes. Honestly, with all these things walking around, I would kind of be more concerned about whatever burrowed through here. It's got giant subterranean worm written all over it. Oh, great. Alright, how far are you gonna go? Cool. I think this might be a situation where they each have each other's back, and it's going to be very hard to stealth kill. But if I can get at least one of them... Yes. That is the kind of time that I would really like it not to take. Oh. Ah, Jesus. Yeah, that variable stealth kill time really makes it a crapshoot, and you really take your chances if you're not picking them off out of a group. But I'm coming out of this with one more shotgun than I went in. And that's a net gain everyone can enjoy. Oh, that's neat. I forgot this, that it gives sort of little apparitions that relate to whatever area you're about to load into. So I'm going back into Union, the town, and it's giving me trees and natural things like that, whereas when I went into the Marrow, it was giving me destroyed concrete. As though even the program itself knows that the area I'm going into is wrecked to hell. Shotgun is levitating somewhere off of his left shoulder blade? You know, as they do. Let's see, I wonder where if his, yeah, the gun fits in the holster. In answer to your question, I am not seeing a hook that goes on. Same with the Agony crossbow. Hello, Play-Doh machine. As you were. Okay. Okay. No, this is set in modern times. The area that I'm in is a computer construct and has a very like 90s feel to it because there are very few flat screen or plasma TVs. A lot of it's CRT and the like. So that's kind of that's the new idyllic period of your Americana small town environment. The mid-90s. It's kind of the same thing in The Last of Us 1. Everywhere in that game has a feeling of being frozen in time in the 90s as well. Even, honestly, right down to Joel and Ellie's choice of flannel. No, it's a fair question. I can only imagine that Sebastian in the 90s was a much happier man than he is now. Oh God, she survived it. Okay. I really should be saving those things for the freaking Gorgons that can survive one stealth kill. Okay. There looks like I've got some of Mexican Sting's freaking large rats, along with somebody who's obviously going to come back to life. A good first line in a detective noir novel. Well, thank you. I do speak fluent noir. No, dude, run! Of course they're your rats now. That's, I mean, if I gotta say it, rats belong to anybody who names them according to size and ranks them accordingly. And I don't make the rules. I mean, if it is a matter of concern, I can tell you that you are better off than I was when I named the gargantuan rats of Cyprus and had to charter like 3 freaking boats to bring them back to South Carolina. And it's just a miserable experience. Not just for me, but also for the rats. They liked their home and did not appreciate being sized as they were. Giant rats got to be free. Ratranking.net. Yeah, it's a regular internet gold mine right there. That actually feels like the kind of URL that I would have tried to buy in, like, coming out of high school for precisely that sort of purpose. Whenever I think of big fucking rats, I will think of you. Hashtag brand. Oh man. This whole area of Union is one big nebulous question mark. And I don't really know what's in here. Pulling all the levers. And I gotta tell you, as you pull all the levers, the first few times they will release food. But after that, it's head games all the way down. Is that gonna do what I want it to do? Alright, I'm not gonna hit Mexican stings rats. Oh god! Man, that was one smooth combo straight from skull-crushing boot stomp right down into goop transmission. Oh man. Give me an outline of my character's hidden. It's tricky. Ever since Katamari Damacy 1, I have appreciated that there is some sort of... Ha! Can't trap this guy in with a giant zombie. Katamari Damacy 1, I had trouble with that because every time you would get behind an obstacle, you wouldn't be able to see your little rolling clump. And so kind of had to guess your way out of anything that came between you and the camera. So since then I appreciate that. As far as taking me out, I think that is correct. I do begin strategizing with it as a game rather than as an environment. So the answer is both are true for me. Oh, right. Sorry, Sebastian. I'm curious, Mexican Sting, what is your preference over that sort of outlining to let you know where your character is specifically, like this? It does help in this instance. It's a very subtle thing, but once you go back into the foliage, the camera does lift up and pull back, and that helps. The type of person who likes to move the camera to see the detail on faces, but a lot of games will make you transparent. Yes, I agree. I like to wedge my camera up there in the nooks and crannies between face polygons. So I'm with you on that one. Oh, God. Okay. I need to find an axe. Because I'm absolutely not dealing with that on its face. Oh. Well, hi. Don't mind if I do. Oh, this doesn't look like something I want to walk into. Oh, this looks like something I definitely don't want to walk into. Yep. Goodbye. Okay. Where can I find a hatchet in this part of town at this hour? Can I climb on top of this? I cannot. I feel like the cameras tend to orbit around the player anyway, so you don't necessarily need an indication of where you are. It depends on the character type. Oh, hi. I didn't know that's where you were. I think with the Katamari Damacy example specifically, it's that 9 times out of 10, if I am stuck on something in that game, it could be something as small as like you know, a little container of nailfish polish. Nailfish polish. Nailfish polish. Why are those words coming out together? They don't even sound like what I'm trying to say. Fingernail polish. And you can't really see that, and if you could, you'd direct your control sticks the other way. But if you've got like a, you know, tatami wall, yeah, right. I don't know what that's about. If you've got like a, you know, a paper wall or something like that between you and the thing, you don't know that. So that's where that becomes a little frustrating. Is there a thing here? Ooh. Oh yeah, your neck didn't go out good. Can I? Okay, well, I will leave you as you are. Yeah, that's one of the downsides of having a flow state. Sometimes the brain decides to pick not necessarily the most useful combinations of things to send out into the world, but that's the contract you signed. Oh man, that's cool. Oh, this is one of those Bethesda Easter eggs, and I don't know what this is a reference to. In a game like Katamari, you have less of a problem because of the type of game it is. I can see that. When I played that, I got very, very score focused. So if I found myself caught behind something when I was reaching kind of the limit of what the level would let me do, I felt uniquely frustrated. In large part because once you reach a certain size, the camera sort of pulls out, and when you sort of get large enough that you're breaking the boundaries of what the level is intended to let you pick up, yeah, I don't like you at all, then you tend to get stuck behind more things. I mean, honestly, sometimes in those situations I've gotten stuck to where I am bouncing against something I can't see and it's jostling my Katamari, and I'm just like shedding shedding necessary weight and objects. So sometimes the best solution there in those last seconds is just to sit still. Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm really curious about something. Hold on, I'm gonna be right back. Yeah, in fact, I am correct. I do still have this. This was my launch copy of the very first game, which you know, is largely unremarkable in terms of packaging and everything, but it's in good shape and was definitely the start of something really special. Namco. Yeah, I think from the PlayStation 2 generation, I mentioned this on the Fatal Frame stream, from the PS2 generation, the games that I associate most closely with Namco are Fatal Frame and Katamari Damacy. Both of those very earned. Oh yeah, no, the cover absolutely lets you know what this is about, and you have all sorts of questions when you look at it at first, and then once you play it for 5 minutes, you know exactly what it's about, and lets you know how much you can expect to be enrolling in your Katamari. It always seemed to me like there's a joke somewhere in Calamari Damacy, but I've never been able to figure out exactly what that should be. This is such a good moment, and I hate what I'm gonna have to fight here. That's all I got. Okay. Okay, I think this can happen. Ah! Nope, we're done here. Goodbye. Oh, God. Striking and mysterious, but make complete sense after you take them in. Yes, no! Oh, God. How can you see that far? No! Oh, God, I didn't want to do that, but sure. Alright. Tekken and Soul Calibur? Yeah. Oh, that's, I mean, that makes perfect sense, but, I think I played so little of those games that, that is less what I think of. Oh my God, she's tracking me all the way over here. No, we're getting... Absolutely hate these things. Oh God, she's right there. Okay. Oh, crap, she's trucking it. Oh yeah, well, when you get into like the Namco classics, that's definitely an association. I really like this. Metal Gear Solid 2 does this. When you try to raise your gun next to a wall and it doesn't let you poke your hands through, it forces your character to kind of pull it up. I think that's nice. All right. She can clearly see me. Oh crap, her patrol takes her all the way down there. All right. This is why I want that hatchet to take care of the other one. I don't even know if this stealth kill is going to get her. but I gotta try. Oh! Well, okay, that works. Alright, that did it. Well, let's see what kind of treasure was worth all of that. That's not bad. That's definitely not bad. That's very good. Yeah, those kinds of touches are very good quality of life things. Okay, don't get stuck. It's wild that Stefano's just got this sort of like creeping presence in Union proper. But it's very light. Nope, not on the truck. Haha, no thank you. Is this the South? No, this is just sort of any town, USA. So I mean, it could be the South. That's a fair place for that to be in. Thought I heard. Oh God! Sorry to disturb your box. Oh man, I just want a damn hatchet. Well, it's definitely haunted with something. I would expect to see something underneath it if there was going to be like a jump grab, but huh, there was something there, now it's gone. Yeah, future note to self, don't waste hatchets on low-level enemies. Alright. There's no hatch to be found, and I'm gonna go for it. Or maybe I could just sneak past her. Yeah, it was a full-blown zombie in the box, and I agree about the RE4 snakes. They give me a jump scare every time. Do you see me? 'Cause I think what I want to do, since it is getting late, I want to save the anima introduction for the next stream, but I want to take care of this first because I've been dawdling on this for the past 45 minutes. Let's just go ahead and finish this up. Fella, you get that stamina back now. Oh man. Yeah, zombies getting in boxes, I figured that's got to be somewhere on the level of like, you know, find a cat in the closet or something like that that hasn't been opened and you're just hanging out there. Gotta tell you, ma'am, your stealth is not as good as mine. Like a cat getting stuck in a closet. Same principle, I feel pretty sure. Yes! Ah, thank God. Okay. Let's go back and save. I can finally give this cat the pets that she has been denied for 4 hours. Excellent. Oh God, there's more somehow. I have no idea where those guys came from. And I am okay with that. Okay. Excellent. Oh, hi. I missed you my first run through. Excuse me. All right, and that is the first stream of Evil Within 2. I think I'm going to call it a night. It's been a good longer one, nice, more relaxed pace than before. So we're going to pick back up with this on Saturday of next weekend for the Evil Within 2 Part 2. Tuesday, 7 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, going to be doing Part 2 of Fatal Frame 2, so Part 2s of sequels. And yeah, thank you everybody for coming out. Mexican Sting, it's been great talking with you. Thanks for coming out. And I know you mentioned that Tuesday nights are rough for you because of work schedule, but I hope to see you next Saturday. And everyone have a great night. Thanks, Hobgoblin. Have a good night. Thanks, Peacher. It's good to see you.